favorite trucker. Right now, we about to head up the paint post. The girl probably do a drop a hook real quick. I do one. I got two to do, so I'll do one today, one tomorrow. See what happens. That's gonna take care of some things when I get back. If I'm really quick enough, and I'll be able to do two today. But we'll see what happens. But make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Don't be shy, don't be bashful. Let's get this channel to 10K. Get 100K. Alright, so let's get up on this road. But make sure y'all like, share, subscribe to the channel. Gotta do this real quick so I get out of here. You gotta do the big work, you know. Safety. Y'all out real quick. Get the chassis number. Good morning, Ghostface. Good morning. About to run upstate New York real quick. Ready to get this chassis number. Alright, let's get up on this damn mountain, man. I'm tired of shit. Like I said, I might end up doing two today, or one today, one tomorrow. Alright. Oh, you gotta check. Did he check the door? Alright, he checked. Right now, I'm at PA right now. I'm at the yard right now. Up here at PA. It's ready Mount Pocono and Strand. About to head upstate right now. That's about 2.5 hour drive going up. Tired of shit. Hey, I'll tell you, hey, Ghostface, I'm gonna tell you something, right? If we was putting money if we was putting money on that, what I say yesterday, I said time served, 5 years, right? Time served, 5 years in jail. What ended up happening? Time served with 4 years, 50 months. See how close I was? 4 years and a couple of months. I'm gonna drop a video on that though. I'm gonna drop an upload when I get home. I'm gonna definitely drop an upload on that. I did say time served, 5 years. And he ended up getting 50 months, 4 years and a couple months. I'm gonna definitely drop the video on that when I get home. But I'm gonna speak on the whole whatever. I'm gonna put some shit together. But I'm gonna drop an upload when I get home later. Hey, what up, kid? I see you. Yeah, I told you. I had to feel it, and the crazy part was, it ain't had shit to do. My opinion, it ain't really had nothing to do with the Man's Act law. That he just gave him everything of accountability, and him putting his hands on a woman, and just teaching him a lesson, whatever. But I think a lot of people dropped the ball on that case. He should have got a lot more time, but I think the feds dropped the ball. A lot of people dropped the ball on that case. They couldn't really get him on nothing. They was trying to get him on all the conspiracy theories. All the conspiracy theories and everything went out the damn door. They really dropped the ball on that case. That's just my opinion. He's gonna get time served with 5. He got 4.5. He probably wouldn't even do the whole 4.5. He probably do 2.5 of that. You know what I'm saying? With good behavior and shit, and do the rest of it home. My opinion on Diddy, I don't think he's done as far as the music industry. Nah. I don't think he's done. And if there was anybody else mixed up with what he got going, you see. Let me back up a little bit. See, the feds knew they couldn't get him on the bullshit. So what happened? They was trying to get him on that Tupac and Keefy D shit. They would have loved to tie Keefy D to Puffy. They tried. Oh, they tried. Because Keefy D started snitching. He started snitching and shit. And he was like, Puffy paid him, but he didn't get the rest of his money. So when they did the raid on Keefy D house, when they did that raid, allegedly they claimed they found the gun, right? He said that he was out with Diddy one day and a bunch of goons ran down on him. They was able to get, some shit about it, they was able to get, Diddy promised some money that he got half the money, he didn't get all his money. So he sat down with the feds. First he went to Keefy D. First he went to Flag TV. He started telling Flag TV when he got locked up, he came home, that he was talking with the feds and shit. Then right after Flag TV, they did a raid on the nigga house. So once they raided Keefy D house, he started talking some shit about him and Puffy in the club, and the spot ran down. Some shit happened. Puffy paid him half the money, giving him money to keep the niggas off of him. But the other half of the money was for the hit for Tupac. Now, right when the feds knew they couldn't get Diddy, they tried to throw him in the mix with the whole Tupac murder shit. They still trying that damn angle, but right now they got his 4 years, so now you gotta wait. Now you gotta wait. Shit ain't make no sense, man. It ain't make no sense. This shit ain't make nothing. This shit ain't make no sense. They should have got him more of that, but they couldn't get him. And basically what happened was, we the people publicly already convicted Diddy, and that's the problem. We already knew he was gonna get 30 years, 20 years, and look what happened. Look what happened. Nancy Grace, the white lady, she crying and shit. Oh, it's rich justice. She lost her damn mind. She lost her mind. We already publicly said he was guilty, and look what happened. 4 years. Is we serious? 4 years? It's a lot. There's a lot of playing cards in this shit. It's a lot of people. It's a lot more than what we think. But Diddy took it on the chin, so whatever he got to tell on, he ain't gonna mention no name. He gonna take that shit out. He gonna do his 4 years. He ain't gonna snitch. He ain't gonna mention no names. Diddy ain't doing none of that shit. So those who sitting back saying, look what they did with R. Kelly, right? Ghostface. When R. Kelly got locked up, R. Kelly gonna snitch on the whole industry. R. Kelly ain't saying shit. He waiting till he get back on the streets. He ain't saying shit. That old, the Man's Act law. Now, if you break down the Man's Act law, right? The Man's Act law was a racist law that they used to convict black men for not dealing with white women. Now, 1917, Jack Johnson was locked up under the Man's Act law for dating and marrying a white woman. See the difference? Jack Johnson married a white woman. So he got locked up for the Man's Act law for transporting women over the state line. How the fuck can you get locked up for that when you married a white woman? That law was started from the feds. The feds started. That wasn't no state. The Man's Act law wasn't a state law. It wasn't a government law. It wasn't a city law. That law was made up by the feds to lock up black men for dating white women and taking them over state lines. But Jack Johnson was the first to get locked up for that shit because he was, at that time, he was a great boxer. He was the champion of the world. So he get locked up for the Man's Act law, which he married the white woman. So how you locking this man up for prostitution when? See, they added the prostitution later on. They added all that shit later on for transporting all that shit. Because when back in the day when Pimps was getting locked up, Pimps wasn't getting locked up for the Man's Act law. They wasn't even using that shit back then. Nah, they wasn't using that bullshit back then. They started adding on in the early 2000s. They started adding on additional shit to the Man's Act law. Did you know R. Kelly got locked up for the Man's Act law? Yeah, he got hit with the same shit. He got hit with the same thing. Look at Bill Cosby. And I think it is, you know, people may say, yo, Jay Quill, you supporting Diddy. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to keep 100 with you, right? Keep 100 with you, the Bill Cosby shit. Bill Cosby shit is the same thing as Diddy. Now, you may say, well, how you figure that, Jay Quill? Think about what I'm about to say. Bill Cosby paid this white woman all these millions of dollars. Years later, he go to jail for the same shit. Ain't no way if I was Diddy, I would have paid $30 million just to go to jail to do 4 years. If that was the case, I wouldn't have paid shit and I would afford it. I paid $30 million to go to jail and to turn around, I got to pay the courts $500,000. Man, that shit don't make no sense. That's just my opinion. Everybody may say, well, Jay Quill, you crazy. You sound, no. $30 million and end up doing 4 years? That shit don't make no sense to me. It may make sense to other people, not to me. I'm gonna be paying on $30 million and gotta turn around and go do 4 years, 4.5 years, and turn around and have to pay the courts $500,000? Man, that shit don't make no sense, man. Same thing with Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby was, you know, he went through some bullshit. She said she was drugged, turned around. They should have called P. Diddy Other than calling it the Man's Act law, they should have called it the Bill Cosby. Because Bill Cosby got the same treatment. The same fucking treatment. The Man's Act law. We wouldn't have never known about the Man's Act law unless the feds made a big deal about this shit. Now, the Man's Act law was holding 10 years for each, I guess, victim or prostitute. But think about it. He didn't get locked up for the Man's Act law. He didn't go to jail for that shit. He went to jail for putting his hands on her, and he had to show him a lesson or hold accountable for treating women the way he treated women. But we all know, at the end of the day, I'm not shaming no victims, but women's sex drive and deviance is higher than a man. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I don't think nobody was forced to do anything you want to do as a mother, devil to the devil. That's my opinion. Should he get time for the shit? Yeah, you know. But I hear people say, well, he getting back what he did to Sean. This ain't got shit to do with Sean. Nah, Diddy should have went to jail for stealing all that money from his musicians. That's what he should have went to jail for. Years ago. He should have went to jail for taking money from Mary J. Blige, Craig Mack, Big, a lot of people that was in that. He done got over on Little C's, Junior Mafia. He got over on a lot of people financially. Just to go to jail for 4.5 years, and he got shit to do with the Man's Act law. He ain't had nothing to do with sex trafficking. He ain't had nothing to do with drugging people. He ain't had nothing to do with baby oil. He ain't had nothing to do with none of this shit. God did it, but he should have more time for that, but I knew. Time served. 5 years. I was dead on point. I just had a feeling that what he was gonna get. There's a lot of playing cards, a lot of people that shuffle this shit. They were trying to tie him to Epstein. They were trying to tie him to Donald Trump. There's a lot that played in this shit. But we would never see it because after 4 years, he come home with supervised supervision. He's not gonna talk about this shit. After the 5 years, then he might get a podcast. No, they did it. Then he ain't done it. He ain't done it. He ain't done it. Because they dropped the ball in this case. The prosecutors, they was trying to get 11 years, 11 and a half years. They didn't get what they wanted. Everybody said Diddy took, I think Buck said he took a win. That's my opinion. Diddy took a win. He took a win on this shit. But he should have got more. But he didn't. I do that shit. And I ain't even no bet. Man, I don't like to gamble and bet for shit, but I just had a feeling. He wasn't gonna get the time that everybody knew he was gonna get. I done seen people crying. They was fighting outside the courtroom. The internet went crazy. You know, everybody, oh, Diddy got away with murder. It's misjustice. Nah, that's what you got lawyers for. That's what you pay lawyers for. You pay lawyers for shit like this. Like I said, I won't be surprised when he come home and try to pin the Tupac murder on him. Listen. Yeah, make sure you hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. We about to run up there. Run up this box. I appreciate y'all coming in and share. Make sure you like, share, subscribe to the channel. A lot of details they left out. But see, when you got the feds to couldn't get shit on you, then they run up in your house. So all they got was videotapes. So all they got was baby oil. They had guns. But Diddy never was convicted of anything, so he had the right to bear arms. They couldn't charge you with the guns. There was no drugs they found. And all that shit was dropped before the trial. All that shit was dropped. So all them charges, you had 7 charges. They dropped before they dropped. 4 to 5, and they kept 2 the Man's Act law. And for the Man's Act law not to even come about, yeah. So he gonna do time. He already been it, what, a year and a half already? So for Diddy to be in jail right now for a year and a half already, what's 4 years going to do? He already accustomed to the system now. He's already accustomed to the system. You know, it's got some sort of shit. They wanted Diddy to plead guilty, but he didn't have to plead guilty. He didn't have to take accountability for shit. That's what you got lawyers for. So you gonna take that shit on the shit? Come on, Diddy done nothing. That's my man. Diddy ain't done. He's done. Diddy ain't done one. I'm listening to people doing, you know, see, we see Diddy different because we grew up with Diddy. You know, we grew up with Diddy. So if you grew up in the early 90s, 2000s, you already know what Diddy. We grew up with this shit. You know, we grew up. So if you know, you know. You know, you know. But for the new people, new generation, early 20s, early 30s, you don't know Diddy as much as you think you know. If you grew up with this shit, you would know. He did a lot of people dirty. He did a lot of people dirty. But what we don't know behind the scenes either is that back then a lot of people was mismanaging money anyway. Spending money on frivolous bullshit. Then you get a cash advance. Ain't even haven't put an album out yet. And then what he gonna tell you? Take that, pause, take that. You gotta pay that money back, man. So people would say, I got a rough deal with Diddy because I ain't see no money. You take 50 grand, you take 100 grand, and you spend that 100 grand and you ain't put the album out yet? Oh, he's gonna take that money off the back, and he gonna get that money back first. A lot of people don't understand how the game works. Hey, good morning, everybody in the chat. I need to stop and give me a cup of coffee. Hey, a cup of coffee, man. I need some water. A cup of coffee and some water. I'll be right back. Be in the chat. You know, drop your link in the chat. Go ahead and drop it. If you got a YouTube page, drop the link in the chat. Subscribe to whoever got a link in the chat. You know, drop the city you're from, the state you're from, if you're in whatever country you're from, if you live in the wetlands, cardboard box, or you live in the woods with a cell phone, put all that shit in the chat. Don't worry about it. You know, we don't discriminate on that. You living somewhere where you ain't got no cell service, but you gotta turn the phone upside down just for cell service, put that shit in the chat. Put your flag in the chat, whatever, I don't mind. But if you got a YouTube page, drop it in the chat. Check the link in it, I'll get it. It's on the YouTube, man. Hey, what up, Free Belly? What up, my brother? See you in the building, man. Hey, you see what happened, right? You see what I put in yesterday? Yesterday at Ghostface Live. What I put in there? I put time served with 5 years, right? He ended up getting time served 4 months, 4 years and a couple of months. 4 years and a couple of months. See what I'm saying? I knew that was gonna happen, man. Yeah, I'm on the road right now. I'm trying to shoot up here to Painted Coast, New York, going upstate New York. But that live, hey Keisha, that was a good live you had yesterday, man. That was a good live. I wish I was able to get more into it. But I was out here driving, man. So I wanted to get deep into the whole shit because there's a lot of moving parts that a lot of people ain't talking about. And like I said, if you grew up in the early 90s, you know a little more about the whole Bad Boy record, Bad Boy label than these young 30s and late 20s and young 30s. We know a whole lot more about Bad Boy. And being that you from New York, I know a whole lot more. And being that I'm from Jersey, we see a little bit more from the times of, you know, DJ Ralph McDaniel, Rap City, Big Tigger. You know, we know a lot. You know, XL magazines. Back then, you know, we read a lot more. You know, back then we was all in the magazines. So what we didn't see back then we didn't see the shit they see online. If you got a Red On magazine, or you got a double XL magazine, if you read, you found a lot of shit behind the scenes. So we read a lot back then. These people now, they just catch it on the internet and they think that shit true. But we didn't believe that because we read a lot, we seen a lot. There was a lot behind the scenes, you know. A lot of cats from New York was in the Tunnel, the Palladium. Y'all was out there. Y'all was on the scene with a lot of that shit. You know, for our Jersey, we had to see it when it came to Jersey unless we crossed that state line, and we was in the mix of the shit. You know? So, you know, the input is a whole lot different than what the youngest seeing now. They just seeing what's on the internet, you know? They saying what's on the internet. I heard a lady call him Daddy. I heard a lady on the news was calling him Daddy Cone. I'm like, Daddy Cone? What the hell they started calling him Daddy Cone? I ain't never heard they call Puffy no Daddy Cone. Shit was weird, but he came up with it, so we know a whole lot more. There's a whole lot more out there. But I tell you one thing, R. Kelly need to get Diddy lawyers. R. Kelly need to be reaching out to we need to do. We need to do. R. Kelly need to be on the you know what I'm saying? Free Melly. R. Kelly need to be on the phone right now with Diddy lawyer saying, yo, man, this man's act law I got hit with, y'all need to holler at me real quick, man. Shit. I was watching people yesterday, but they was crying, they was fighting and shit. You know, it ain't made no sense to me. No, it made a whole lot of sense to me. It made a whole lot of sense to me, but not with all the fighting and yelling and all that shit. Some people really wanted Diddy to burn. They wanted Diddy to burn. When you got Diddy money, you got Diddy lawyers, oh, they was fighting that shit. You know, Diddy lawyers got paid lovely. They got paid lovely, though. See, this ain't no Tekashi case. This wasn't no Young Thug case. You know what I'm saying? Diddy ain't going there bragging. Diddy ain't going there snitching. Diddy ain't going there pointing fingers. Even if Diddy is in the Epstein files, he wasn't going on there talking. Diddy wasn't saying shit. Diddy didn't even plead guilty to this shit. Even though the prosecutors wanted him to. When they said Diddy's gonna get 10 years in peace for the Mann Act law, see, to understand the Mann Act law, you have to read that shit, man. A lot of people don't read. A lot of people don't read that. Oh, Mann Act law, yeah, that law. Yeah, he was moving prostitutes. That ain't what it was for. They started adding on in the early 2000s, but that ain't what that shit was for. All you gotta do is Google the Mann Act law. It'll tell you exactly what it was for. It was for black men dating or having sex with white women back in 1919 and 1917. That shit was prohibited. That shit was prohibited. That had black men who had sex with white women. That's where the Mann Act law came from. It came from the feds. Black men was not supposed to have sex with white women in 1919 and 1917 and early 1900s. That wasn't supposed to happen. They still had Jim Crow laws back then. They still had racism was at its peak back then. That shit was at its peak, bro. They started adding the rest of that. When you ever heard a pimp get locked up with the Mann Act law? We've never heard this shit before until the feds started talking about it. Even when R. Kelly got hit with the Mann Act law, nobody never knew about the Mann Act law. Nobody never knew about that shit. So if you gonna look it up, it's M-A-N-N Act law. Just look it up. You see Mann Act law. You see shit. So if you go with M-A-N, you ain't gonna find that shit. You gotta put M-A-N-N. That shit was designed for black men not to be measuring white women. That's all. You know how many black men was hung, dragged, burnt, bodies, parts, clipped off, penises, balls, cheeks, paws, just violated for dealing with white women. Let's talk about it. A lot of black men then was violated and was lied on by white women. So they came up with the Man's Act law. Now we go from 1919 all the way to 2025, and we still talking about this shit? Come on, now. Yeah, people don't want to talk about the truth, man. They don't want to discuss this shit. They don't want to discuss this. Diddy wasn't no pimp. Let's get that straight. Diddy was not a pimp. Diddy wasn't no damn pimp. But he was pimping. He had sex parties. Hey, Melly, man, I've been to hella swinger parties, bro. And I watched white men bring their wives to these parties and have gangbangs with black men. I watched black men bring their wives to party to get gangbanged by white men. I watched men bring their wives to parties to have sex with midgets. I done been in these parties. I done participated in having sex with people's wives while the husband stood there. I've been in these sex parties. I know what go down in these sex parties, man. I done seen rich men sit on the side with cameras and watch their wives get banged out by multiple men. I done had white dudes approach me and ask me, can their wife give me head right there on the dance floor? I participate. And you never went to a swinger party or a fuck party, elite party, where people pay for this shit? You would have a different, that's why my look on Diddy is different than anybody else look. Because I don't watch men like Diddy bring their wives to parties, and the wives will pay 4 black dudes so the husband can record it. So the husband recorded, the wife pay out, and so she can have a gangbang in front of a lot of people, 30 people watching. She's in the middle of the floor getting gangbanged by 4 black dudes while the husband sits there record. I done seen this shit. I done seen it. So my outlook on Diddy is kind of different. If you've never been to these parties, you will understand what I'm talking about. If you've been to these parties, you understand what I'm talking about. If you've never been to these parties, you might think, oh, Diddy just was doing, Diddy was pimping. No. Because if you go to a swinger party, the wife controls the atmosphere, and that's a fact. You go to a fuck party, the wife controls the atmosphere. You go to an all-out sex party, the wife controls the atmosphere. The wife gives the shots. The husband don't give the shots. The wife controls who she want to be with, how many people she want to be with. She want to be with men or she want to be with women. The wife controls that shit. So the husband, all he do is sit back, collects the money, and records the videos. That's it. That's how these parties go. That's why my opinion on the whole these parties and how the people run it is different. It's different. It's different. You know how many arguments I got into with dudes fucking their wives? That shit was madness. It goes down like that. See, I can honestly say that shit. I ain't got shit. I've been to these sex parties. I've been to swinger parties. I do a couple swinger parties myself. I do a couple myself. All you gotta do. And they don't say, I'm gonna tell you one thing too. My opinion on when the feds went back to Diddy house, this is my opinion. I don't think they was looking for, I think the feds was trying to find a money trail. Now, I'm gonna run something down, right? A money trail is this. You throw a swinger party, right? Ghostface. They say you throw a swinger party, right? And you go to a swinger party. You let everybody the night before, I'm trying to shake it down. You let everybody know the night before it goes down, right? So you throw in a swinger party. You invite 7 couples. No, you invite, let's say 5 couples, right? $200 a piece, right? That's your $1,000 right there, right? 5 couples at $1,000 a piece, right? That's $5 grand, right? No, let's say, no, 5 couples at $200 a piece. That's $1,000, right? Now, you're going to invite 5 single females at $100, right? That's your $1,500. Now you turn around and you invite 5 males, right, at $250 a piece. Do the math. Now you go get yourself an extended suite. You get an extended suite for like $25 for the night. But the extended suite, you gotta have the rooms facing outside. So you can't come through the lobby. You gotta come upstairs through the back of the extended suite. Let's say like right now, all you gotta have is sanitizer, baby wipe, baby oil, sanitizers, and pizza, a shrimp cocktail, and water. That's all you need. Just all you doing is providing people a safe space to come have sex where you can make that in $3,000 in one night. Now think about what I'm saying. If Diddy was having these parties, can you imagine how much money Diddy was making on the back end? On the back end. Think about what I'm saying. Because there's always a money trail for the feds. There's always a money trail for the government. The government ain't going to come after you unless there's a money trail. This is me. I'm not speaking no conspiracy. But when you throw in these sex parties, you can average anywhere from $3,000 to $15,000 a night, depending on the clientele, depending on the people. You know who go to these swinger parties? Lawyers, doctors, sheriff, police, fire department, judges, big Wall Street brokers. They go to these swinger parties. The money, you follow the money trail. They couldn't follow the money trail because if you make it 15,000, that's free money, tax-free money. You make it 30 grand, tax-free money. You make it 50,000 a night off a swinger party, tax-free money. Tax-free money. And if somebody puts something in the chat, y'all don't like it, then y'all can block that shit. I ain't gonna do that. But that's how the game go, man. There's a money trail on all of this shit. But nobody looking at the money trail. The feds is not going to jump on you just for having sex. Come on. Hey, Free Melly, think about it, Free Melly. The feds ain't going to jump on you for no damn orgies. Ain't nobody jumping on you for no orgies, man. Ain't nobody tracking you down for no damn sex parties. Nah, there's a money trail. I think the feds dropped the ball. In my opinion, the feds dropped the ball on the Diddy case. They dropped the ball. They dropped the ball. It's money involved in this shit. And with a swinger party, you can make anywhere from $3,000 to 10 to 15 grand in one night if you know what you're doing and you set the party right. Once your name get out there, you make some money in this shit. But this is a fact. I'll read your comments in a minute. I just gotta get up there. Yeah, I'm telling you. Yeah, Free Melly, man. Hey, a lot of us up here got a story to tell, man. But at the end of the day, there's a lot involved, man. There's a lot involved. See, we only looking at what we see, like imagery. It's like watching for us to see something online. That's like the devil, man. Because it's not really going to tell you. It's just going to have us already convict them in the court of opinion, like we're going to actually judge anybody before we even get to court, for even though you know what the hell is really going on out here. So everybody already knew he's going to do 20, 30 years. We're going to predict him, man. That's just anything in life. And if you go between the scenes and really start digging and start understanding how this shit works, you be like, damn, this shit make a little bit of sense. This shit make a little bit of sense because it's big money. In the sex parties, it's big money. Shit ain't no small shit. It's like a big money pimp. Then he was no pimp. So you gonna call a man a pimp that throw parties? That's not pimp. That's not pimp. You provide a safe space for your woman. That's like this, female. Certain women are sexual deviants, right? Certain women's sex drive is higher than a man. Women can have a sex drive so charged up. One man can't handle that. I'm not calling her a hoe. I'm not calling her a prostitute. I'm not calling her a dot. But you have women that have a sex drive that's out of this world. And some men can't handle that. But they will provide so they don't leave, so the women don't leave. They will have an open relationship. So they will allow their wife to have a boy toy or a friend that can get them to that point, but they will remain married. Because some men's sex drive does not compare to a woman's sex drive. And that's a fact. That's a fact. Some men might have a strong sex drive that some women be like, nah, I can't fuck with you like that. I can't go all day. You know? Some women are like that. And some men are like that. So if you have a female that sex drive is crazy, like after y'all finish having sex, she's still playing with herself. After y'all still having sex, she using a dildo. She want more and more and more. Some men can't compete with that shit, man. Some men can't compete with that. Yeah, it's catch a headache trying to compete with some of these women, man. You would catch a headache trying to compete with some of these women with a strong sex drive. So, if Cassie's sex drive was stronger than Diddy, Diddy couldn't compete. He couldn't compete with that. So, a lot of men who bring their wives and their girlfriends and their baby mothers or a side piece to a swinger party or a sex party, they trying to find something that they can match with, and they're going to find something that their wife or side piece or baby mother or girlfriend can match with. So if you could bring her to a party where she could match with a certain individual, he gonna let her go. And then she gonna pick the woman that matches him. That's how the game go, bro. So that's not calling her a prostitute or anything. No disrespect to her. But if a woman got a high sex drive, that does not make her a hoe or prostitute. It just, you can't compete. So you would have to fulfill that and bring somebody home for her. That's why people end up having in two relationships. That's why people end up having two husbands or two boyfriends. You know, that's why people bring other couples in the house so that she's happy and he's happy. So it makes it work. Some people can't live together because people may say, well, sex ain't everything. But if you got a high motherfucking sex drive, shit, you better know where to compete at. You better know where to fit in at. And I believe that her sex drive, Diddy couldn't handle that young sex drive. Young sex drive was crazy. Women's sex drive would be so crazy, man. They'll scratch you the fuck up. They will fight you. They will beat you. They will choke you out. You ever had sex with a woman, she choking your ass out, you like, yo, chill, 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 you can't breathe? Women's sex drive is so hard, they would choke your ass out. It happens, man. So, at the end of the day, did he try to fulfill something that she wanted? Did it go overboard? I don't know, man. You know, I'm not a sex counselor, but man, I know I have a strong sex drive. And that's the reason why I went to some of these parties. And before you know it, I went from going to a party, I went throwing parties, and I started making money. So, you know, that's not a form of pimping or prostitution. All you doing is letting people know that you got a room in a place where you can feel comfortable out. I went to a swinger party, what was it, Lower Manhattan? 124th Lower Manhattan? That shit was wild. We had to get banners and shit, walked up in the building, that shit was wild. I'm inside having sex with the female bartender on top of the bar. This shit get crazy, man. My shorty upstairs, You know, she getting plowed out. I didn't give a fuck. Because that's what you go. She wanted to go swing a party. I took her. She ended up getting plowed out by 2 dudes and 2 females. I didn't give a fuck. She was West Indian. She was a West Indian chick with a crazy sex drive. I didn't give a damn. I didn't give a damn. I know I wasn't going to wifey her. So if I know I'm not going to wifey you, hey, why not take her to a sex party? Took her to a sex party right there in Lower Manhattan. That shit was bananas. Bananas. And when we left, we was still good, man. We left this shit. We left, went to a hookah bar, came back to Jersey, got up the next day, and took my black ass to work. I ain't give a damn, man. Shit was wild. Her sex drive was, her sex drive and my sex drive match. So, hey, she said, hey, can you take me to a swinger party? I took her. First time, she got plowed out. 2 dudes and 2 females. Shit, she was bananas. I didn't give a damn. I gave her what she wanted. Let me tell you how you keep a woman. The same way you meet them, the same way you keep them. I'm going to tell you something. You listen to what I say. To keep a woman, the same way you meet them, the same way you keep them. The same way you got them, the same way you'll lose them. So if she got a high sex drive, hey, why not make her feel good? Take her to a party, man. That's not me prostituting her out. That's not me tricking her. That's me helping her knees because she wanted to have fun. So we end up in Lower Manhattan at a swinger party. Shit was bananas. I think it was like, we paid $150 to get in. That shit started at 11 at night. That shit ain't end to 6:30 in the morning. 6:30 in the morning. So since we can drive a boat on the street, I don't know that. You grew up indoors. Hey, I feel you. I see you, Belly. When somebody put weird. Them niggas in a dream. A wild laugh out loud. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. With this, let you know where not to go. Hey, man, I'm telling you, man. Hey. Life is life. You gotta enjoy your life, man. You gotta enjoy your life, man. That's all I'm saying. You know, if you're gonna be with somebody, you have to know what he or she like, and y'all gotta enjoy your life, man. That's all I'm saying, man. So, hey, I'll be right back. Let me jump out this truck. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, man. Cause I could go on. I done been to some shit, do some parties, upstate New York, Schenectady, New York. I done went to hotel takeovers and shit in Schenectady. Down there in New Jersey, exit 4, Mount Laurel, the hotel on the right, the loft. I done been to some parties. At most of these parties, you don't know who's rich, you don't know who's poor. You just see nice looking people. I done been to Halloween parties, masquerades. Man, I've been there and done that shit. I ain't never seen no weird shit. It was all men and women, and it was women on women. I ain't never seen no other weird, no gay shit. Well, as far as gay shit, as far as like women on women. Other than that, they didn't. I've seen a lot. Let me jump out real quick. I got the state trooper looking at me and shit, wondering what I'm talking about. I'll get right back. Let me go ahead and feel up. right back at you. Oh, I am. I am. Yeah, I know. Hey, no, 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 I'm right here, man. I'm right here, Free Belly. I ain't going back to party not today. Nah, I'm in the truck, man. Hey, Free Belly, I'm gonna keep 100 with you, man. I'm gonna keep 100 with you, right? You said lock lizards now. Some of these female truckers be out here. Yeah, man, you better know, you better understand that. Some of these female truckers out here be tricking. Yeah. If they're not making the money they think they money when they get out here. Some of these female truckers be out here tricking. That's a fact. Some of these female truckers be lock lizards. You better believe that shit. They be out here tricking. Alright, let me get up this road, man. See a narrow truck over there. But he live up here though. That's his thing, he live up here. Yeah, some of these females suck the trick, and some of these male drivers up here too, they be wilding with them and shit. You'd be surprised some of these teen drivers out here be tricking off. Yeah, lock lizards became truck drivers. Yeah. So the lock lizard realized it's too cold out here in the wintertime, right? And she not making the money she need. So the lock lizard said, okay, I'm gonna get my CDLs. So now you got lock lizards out here with CDLs out here driving trucks. They out here. Yeah. Yeah. And then a lock lizard charge you more money because they're in the truck, so you ain't gotta worry about no hotel. You went the wrong way. Sure. Yeah. He was watching me in the truck stop just now. Yeah, I was in the truck. I was talking about the truck. He was walking inside the truck stop just looking at me and shit. Then he walked inside. No, he ain't far with me. I called it with the coffee and shit. Until he saw the ball, he is neutral. Yeah, he is neutral. What happened today? Yeah. What? Sit your ass up nice. Sit your ass. Yeah. It was up there. It was up there other than the truck stop. Man, upstate New York. Man, it was upstate New York at the truck stop, man. At the truck stop, they jumped out by like 7 vans. Yeah. Messed it up, done up, and they gonna bring the truck stop. All day, no doubt. They said, damn, they took me to look at it. One guy down there, grab the tip of the head. Walk right back. Dude looking at me. And he did the quote, he done. Now you gotta call the record to come get the shit. It depends on where you at. Yeah. That's crazy. bro. Hey, see what happened, BX Mel? Yeah, I know. Hey, you see what happened, right? See what happened? What I said in the chat yesterday? What I said in the chat? Time served, 5 years, right? What do you get? Time served, 4 years and a couple months, right? See? I had a feeling, bro. You know why? Because the Fed dropped the ball, bro. Time served, 4 months, 4 years and a couple months. I said, time served, 5 years. Right now I'm out here trying to get upstate New York. I'm in upstate right now. I'm in Big19th right now. Trying to get to Painted Post. Trying to get to Painted Post, trying to drop a hook and come right back. Yeah, that's all he gonna do in a year and a half. Yeah, year and a half of good behavior. Good behavior. But definitely gonna do a year and a half. I believe that. He's not gonna do all that. He's not gonna do so much. And they said he's done. He's not done. See, we came up, like I was telling Ghostface earlier, we came up in the era. See, like I was telling Ghostface earlier, we came up in the era where what they see on the internet, we was able to read it and understand it. And if you was from New York, you knew. If you was in the hip hop, being from the city and being from Jersey, plus from the city, you knew the intricacies on what went on behind the scenes. A lot of y'all that came from the city and from Jersey, a lot of y'all was bodyguards, a lot of y'all was bouncers, a lot of y'all knew people that was in the in crowd that went to some of these release parties and signing parties and Diddy parties. Some of y'all was able to make it to these parties, or y'all knew who was who. You know, with the Right On magazine, XXL magazines, all these magazines, down from, you know, Rap City to Big Tigger. You see what I'm saying? It's a lot that we see, we read, we heard. We didn't follow what the shit went on the internet. That's why when it came out of Diddy, I didn't judge Diddy off what I seen or what I seen and heard off the internet. Nah, past history. Past dealings, you know, getting over. If the feds would have did their homework, they would have known what we knew in the early 90s, 2000s. We knew more, we see more because we read more. These people now, they're not reading, so they quick to say, oh, they quick to judge them in the court of opinion. They quick to judge them in the internet of opinions. But if you don't understand how it works to the behind the scenes shit, you would never know the shit. So that's why when I was following the case, I've been said he's not going to do that much time, man. He's not going to get that much time. And like you said, BX Mel, you're going to do a year and a half. I believe that. Year and a half, he home. He home doing the Diddy Bop. You know, pause. He home doing the Harlem Shake. You know, he'll be home. He'll be home. Yeah. And Diddy come home, gonna be a celebration. Believe it. Now, a lot of people be saying that. A lot of people may think, oh, that's weird. Like, you'll support Diddy, what he did to her. No. Like I said earlier, if you ever been to a swinger party, if you ever been to a sex party, if you ever been to the party where they was having these elite parties, me being a swinger party, being a swinger myself, you get to see how the women control the atmosphere, and most of these women are sexually, have a high sex drive than men. Yeah. If you're doing a sex party, you're doing a swinger party. If you're doing it as a couple, the couple control the atmosphere. The couple control everything. The woman set the stage on how she want to be pleased. The men are going to set the stage on who he want to have sex with his wife and around his wife or his girlfriend, side piece, and he going to sit back and watch her with that sex drive go bananas. He's going to watch. He's pretty much her protector when it comes out of these parties, making sure she don't get choked up, she don't get attacked, she don't get abused. That's what goes on at these parties. Women control the scene. The men sit back and make sure while she's controlling it, she don't get hurt in the process. I done been there, I done seen it. So, I'm not calling her a prostitute. I'm not calling her a hoe. I'm just calling a young woman at that time with a sex drive that was so high that Diddy couldn't handle. So Diddy provided her space and an atmosphere so she could have fun. That's all he did. Yeah. Nah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, Sean Combs, Yeah. What you say? Yeah. Now, see, that's what I was saying about, now you know what I'm talking about. I was saying about my ex earlier. She wanted to go, she wanted to go, I told her about the whole swinger lifestyle. She wanted to go. We go, swinger lifestyle. She was happy that she wanted to go. She wanted to experience this. I wasn't holding out. I wasn't prostituting her. Spent the $150 to get in. I didn't make no money off. I spent $150 to get in. You know, I go downstairs. I'm smashing the female bartender on top of the bar. I go upstairs. She getting smothered out by two dudes and two females. She in the middle of two couples. I let it go down. That's what she wanted. What am I gonna get mad? I'm downstairs smashing the female bartender on top of the bar in front of like 10 people. She upstairs around 30 people getting smashed out. I didn't get mad. That's not me. I'm not prostitute now. That ain't prostitution. Nah. So the word, them using the word, because they was actually calling her a prostitute too. They was calling Cassie, the government. They calling her a prostitute. Oh, he was prostitution. So who was he prostituting? His girlfriend? Yeah. See, they should have. Yeah, that's why I said earlier. They should have called the Diddy. They should have called the Man's Act law the Bill Cosby law, because he got hit with the Bill Cosby. I'm gonna pay you 30 million and go to jail. That don't make no sense, bro. I could have just killed my money and spent that shit on lawyer fees. Yeah, he gonna get it back. So I'm gonna spend 30 million and then turn around and go to prison, and then got to turn around and pay the. And I think it's like at BS Smile, I think it was like what he got to pay what $500,000 too on top of the 4 years and couple months, and he got to do supervised supervision when he come home for 5 years. Like, come on, man, come on, that shit don't make no sense. Yeah, they gotta get something. Now the prosecutor, they wanted down there 11 years of better. They didn't get it. Well, yeah, because see, even the Man's Act law didn't stick. They didn't get what they wanted. They were trying to get 10 years apiece off that. But I think the judge realized that law was pretty much a racist law that was put against black men for dating white women. Because back then in 1919, it was prohibited for a black man to sleep with a white woman, for a black man to speak to a white woman, for a black man to walk on the same block as a white woman. You know how many black men lost their lives, Emmett Till, and all of them lost their life because the word of a white woman? So now you come with these laws to protect the white woman from the black race. Come 2025 using the same goddamn law. Make that shit make sense, man. 2025 from 2019, you using the same damn law. Come on, man. What pimp you know got hit with the Man's Act law? I don't never heard no pimp getting hit with that bullshit. So you basically telling me if I pay for a girl to come from New York City on an Uber, if I pay for a shorty to come from New York on an Uber to Pennsylvania, and I spend what, about $200 on an Uber for she to come see me, I'm going to jail for it, man. I'm going to, yeah, that's trafficking. You trafficking pussy through an Uber if you pay for somebody to come from New York City to Pennsylvania. Yeah. Not because then if you throw a woman under the bus, first thing she gonna say, if she's doing it, she fly me out, first thing she gonna say she was pregnant doing this trafficking. So, you know, it's just like, man, I don't know. So now you gotta watch how you move around. Now you gotta watch all this internet dating now, because with internet dating, if you fly somebody out and the act of getting some pussy, and which is gonna happen, you're gonna get hit with a Man's Act charge. So now, all that long distance relationship, that shit ends now. You go to jail for long distance relationship. You go to jail for that bullshit. I'm just making light of this shit. Long distance, you can go to jail for long distance relationship now. Because if she feel as though you played her, I'm on the phone with the sheriff partner saying I was transported. So as a male, you better beat that ass to the punchline. Because you go to jail, bro. And what the say, you going to jail now. Hell yeah. And that's what say, you going to jail now. And your ass gonna be locked up, man. Locked up and shit. So if you're in a long distance relationship, you better kill that shit. You better kill that shit. You paying for Uber, train, plane, bus, boat. Yeah, you better kill that shit, man. You better get you some shit local. Your ass going to jail for the crowd with these charges at the time they got on now. Nowadays, hey, Belly, man, you gonna be down there on Miami Beach. And as soon as you go down there, you can't. You gotta start asking. How far you last? Ah, nah, shorty, I'm good. Shorty, I'm good. I can't do long distance. You go to jail for that shit. You go to jail for long distance relationships, man. You gotta be careful with that bullshit. Niggas gonna be up here having the internet, a YouTube relationship. We ain't shit in California, ain't never going out there. Hey, Free Melly, man. I said earlier, man, the lock lizards are female truck drivers now, man. You got some people, a lot of female truck drivers that used to be lock lizards, they got CDLs now. Female, they got CDLs now, brother. They get to stuff, they start twerking in the trunk. Especially, you might have a white guy out here, he probably Christian people and shit. See one of these little things twerking in the truck, he'll lose his damn mind. Operating going fast like the blocks, man. If I'm gonna get 20 for it, you'll get 5 for it. Or you'll get $4 for every time you drop off the door there. Drops, you'll pay $10, man. Oh yeah, it is. It is. American highways is the best way to experience it, man. It is. I done took lines from going north Buffalo to Washington State. And you want to experience the highways, man, hit the road. Even if you're in your regular car, you want to take a road trip. You get to see you never thought you would see. That's a fact. Anybody get a time to just get tired of seeing the same shit? You know, take a trip to Washington State, take a trip to Texas, take a trip to Wyoming, take a trip to Idaho. You might like this shit. Take a trip to Salt Lake City, Utah. Especially if you never even left the country. You never left the state. You're still in the same city, they're in the same city. You know, that's the reason why that's the reason why I went and got my CDL. You know what I'm saying? Me and my homeboys, one of my boys was he was playing for Nebraska college football. So three of us jumped in a Nissan 240 and drove from New Jersey all the way out to Nebraska. On the way back, so it was my turn to drive. By the time they woke up, I was already in Pennsylvania. I drove from Nebraska, stopped twice, got some coffee, used bathroom. They was knocked the hell out. By the time they woke up, I was already in Pennsylvania. They was like, yo, where the hell we at, man? I said, yo, we just crossed the PA. They was like, yo, you ain't wake us up? Hell no, I'm gonna wake you up for. Man, pull this shit over. Pull it over. And when the truck stopped, then what they had to do, they came back out. I said, yo, you crazy, man, you crazy. I said, no, when I get back, I'm putting my CDLs. I know what I want to do is drive a truck. I swear to God, he got back to Nebraska, I went and got my CDL license. I went for it. It was not bullshit, man. Yeah. I just, you know what I'm saying? I knew what I wanted to do. That's the, I knew what I wanted to do. I knew I wanted to drive trucks. Drove back, I drove all the way from Nebraska and got to PA. They said I done pulled over twice, got called, whatever. I left them cats in the car sleeping, man. Left their ass sleeping. And what's ever since then? I said, man, you get paid to see the country. You get paid to see the United States. Why not? Why not? Yeah, I think because of that experience I had, I went from Nebraska back, I wanted to see it. But I didn't start seeing it until I bought my truck. I never ran the road. I never did it for the company driver, I never ran the road. As far as I went full of doubles, like the time when me and Puerto Rican Nick we ran titties in my truck in Washington State. So I drove, we got there 2.5 days. I drove 11, he drove 11, I drove 11, he drove 11. He pulls up in Montana. He pulls up in Montana. No, not Montana, he pulls up in Idaho. No sleeping with prostitutes. They carry HIV. This the banner in town. No bullshit, bro. This the banner in town. Yeah, we was on the reservation. Yeah, so there was a sign that says no sleep with prostitution. They carry HIV. There's a banner in town. You like, the fuck? Why would they put that there like that? Why would they put that up there like that? So this is the banner sign. So we go through the town. First time we see like TPs, like I mean really, like not that TV shit. But you see, yeah, you see them out there in the fields. You come around the back of the town, they on the side of the road. It's a lot of them. I said, I'm used to seeing this shit on TV. But you're seeing this out there. You know, real life shit. So we get to Kentucky Fried Chicken. I'm laughing because they got a Kentucky Fried Chicken out this motherfucker. I thought they don't even work with this. So my boy Nick goes inside. So he goes inside first. Now, you know, Nick Puerto Rican, so he goes inside first, right? So now, one of the girls was looking at Nick like she wanted to put a foot in his ass, right? Nick was like, why are you looking at me like that? She asked Nick, like, where was she from? Like, he done fell out the skies and shit, right? So my black ass walk in behind Nick. Now they looking at both of us like we either some slaves that got loose or we some Martians and shit. She was like, who you be and what are you? I said, I'm Black American. She was like, no, what are you? I said, I'm black. No, what are you? So they asked Nick. So Nick's stupid ass started speaking Spanish, right? That shit was bananas. So Nick ordering his food in Spanish. Man, say something about time they done argued with us and got the shoot out. They asked both of us to leave, man. I'm like, Nick, why you started speaking Spanish, bro? He said, I don't give a fuck. I was trying to think. They're gonna ask, what are you and who am I? So I'm speaking Spanish and you talking English, but they don't give a fuck about you. You black. I'm Puerto Rican. That shit funny as shit, man. So they asked us to leave the store. We ain't getting no chicken. We ain't getting a biscuit. We ain't getting nothing to drink. Shit. Yeah, they kicked us out, man. Yeah, they kicked us out, man. The owner told us we had to leave. Yeah, the owner told us straight up we had to leave. And they kicked me and Nick out. But see, Nick was a gambler. So Nick goes across the street to the, because they had a small casino. They had out there, they had a subway with a casino in the subway. Nick goes over there. He comes out running. I'm like, what you running for? He said, I got into an argument. I said, but what you running for though? He said, man, I got the motherfucker for 500. I hit the machine for 500. So I'm arguing with the guy. The guy gave my money, but then the guy was talking shit. I'm coming out. I'm Nick running towards me. I be hopped in my truck so fast, got to help out of there, man. But Nick hit the casino for 500, man. But the dude got mad. He didn't want to pay Nick out because Nick, being from Jersey, Nick, we weren't from out there. So he didn't want to pay the money to Nick. He only wanted to pay it to the people that was from there, because yeah, they gonna keep playing. They gonna put that money back into the city and shit, back into the reservation and shit. Oh man, boy, I done experienced some shit out there, man. Nick funny dude, bro. Nick fucking dude. You gonna order your food in Spanish and they gonna ask you, what are you? Like, what the fuck are we doing, man? Nick funny as hell and shit, man. Funny as hell and shit. Yeah, you experience a lot of these roads. You experience a lot of shit out on these roads. Nigga funny dude. tell you, but when we came in town, and I guess they was like the truck drivers. No, so sleeping with prostitutes carry AIDS. When I seen they had the banner in town right before we got to Kentucky. No, before we got to Kentucky Fried Chicken. Right before we got to Kentucky Fried Chicken, there was a banner. I'm like, why would they put that shit up here? You know what I'm saying? Why would they do that? Because I guess no Indians out there be selling some pussy. They sell some pussy in the reservation. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. Hey, good morning, Angie, baby. Good morning, good morning. So I get, yeah. Yep. I guess on the reservation, they sell coochie like a motherfucker. So I was like, this shit crazy. All we wanted was some chicken, bro. And they escorted us out, man. Told me and Nick we had to leave, man. We couldn't leave, we had to leave, man. And Nick was like, man, come on, man. And the girl was like, no. She said, hold up. The Indian girl. Yeah, now we was in Utah, no, we had to go through Utah. We didn't have a problem in Utah. We had a problem there, shit. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm telling you. No, but you won't be seeing them though. When you're on the road, you don't see them because you don't go deep into the city here. You just run the highway too. I tell you, man, we had all. So we get out to Washington State. We had to go to Washington, and we get out there. And I was telling Nick, when we get out there, they ports is different from Jersey. So he was like, "What you mean? All the ports the same? No, they not. No, they not, bro. We got out there, man. They had when you go on lunch for an hour at 12 from 12 to 1, you can't be in the truck. Everybody got to get out the truck, go to the cafeteria. They make your food up there. They came back." So we was trying to get some work coming back because we had to come back with a bad chassis. So we was trying to talk to a guy out there watching. We could put plywood on a bad chassis, put some sheetrock, strap it down, and bring it back. But that ain't happening, man. That shit ain't happening. So on the way back, because Nick wasn't gonna go at first. Because Nick had got popped with a dirty urine, but I had to be in Washington State. We had to meet the boat in 3 days. The boat was gonna cut, so that's when he was like, "You wanna run? You want somebody to run with you?" And I said, "No. Call Nick." He said, "No, Nick got popped with dirty urine." I said, "I don't give a damn. Nick got a family. Call Nick." Nick had custody of his son, so I said, "Call Nick." So he said, "No, you call Nick." I go, "Nick, you wanna run?" He said, "Where we going?" I said, "We're going to Washington State." He said, "Well, you going right now?" I said, "Yeah, I'm going right now." So come on to the job. So Nick was like, "Well, how much you getting?" Jeff offered Nick $1,000. So Nick said he wouldn't do it for $5. He wouldn't do it for $15. He'd do it for $1,500. So I told Nick, "I'll give you the extra $5." So he was like, all right, Jay. And we ran out. Because he didn't want to do it for $1,000. I wouldn't do it for $1,000. But he was just driving and shit, so he ran with me. I gave him an extra $5 when we got back and shit. And nigga was doing 3,000 miles. That's 3,000 miles one way. Yeah. Yeah, man. We ran out. So we got out there 2.5 days, man. So while we was driving out, Nick was like, you know, Nick was like, he was driving, so he was like, "Man, I'm hungry as hell. We ain't got no food up." He was in the middle of nowhere. We was cutting through. We had to cut through Chicago to cut through Wyoming to cut through North Dakota. So Nick was like, "Man, ain't nothing out here, man. We're gonna eat." So what I did was, at the time, my daughter's mother had gave me, some other chicken mother had gave me a bottle. I had the bottle warmer in the truck. So he said, "How the hell we gonna eat these noodles, man?" I'm saying, "How you gonna eat this shit?" So So what he did was, with the bottle warmer, that women know that got babies. You take the water bottle, you pour half of the water out, but you gotta cut the bottle in half. I put that bottle with the bottle warmer, it boiled the water. So when I put it in a cup of noodle soup, I gave it to him. He said, man, this is some ghetto ass shit. I said, man, hey, you wanna eat it? You know what I'm saying? Or I eat this shit. He was like, nah, man, give me that shit, man. Man, Nick, he said, man, Nick, fuck that shit up. So through the whole trip, we was eating oodles and noodles out of a bottle warmer. This shit was crazy as shit. That shit was crazy, man. We would boil you water in the bottle warmer, eating noodles, man, on the whole trip, man. Hey, man, you talk about, man, my skin was turning white from all the sodium and shit. Skin turning white, eyes turning yellow and shit, man. Nah, man, that shit's crazy now, man. It was crazy as motherfucker. Nick was already light, so Nick was looking white. My skin started turning colors and shit. He was like, man, this shit gonna make us sick. So that's when by the time he made it to Montana borderline, they had a Denny's and shit. We went up to Denny's and grabbed something to eat. And we went up to Walmart and grabbed like bags of food and shit. I had a refrigerator though. And we went shopping and shit. Man, that shit was funny as hell, man. Because I ain't gonna lie, on the way going out, I was broke, Nick was broke. So we was going 3,000 miles with no money and shit, man. Because he didn't pay, we didn't get the money, so we get paid the way back. So we was eating off the comp data. So we was taking money, because at that time, Jeff limit was only like $50 a day. So, and Nick didn't have a comp data, because I just told he got popped on a dirty urine. So Nick got popped. So Nick didn't have a comp data card. So all the way, we could get $50 a day. Now, let me tell you something, man. Every time I got the $50, I gave Nick 25, man. I gave Nick $25, man. So, talking about, man, I had to make sure Nick, Nick was right, man. I had to keep, well, it's like that's my, you know, it's crazy, man. So, I had to make sure Nick eat, man, because Nick was bothered, man. So, he drove 11 hours, I drove 11 hours. He drove 11 hours. We did 3,000 miles in 2.5 days. 2.5 days, we did 3,000 miles. And mind you, my truck was governor to 60, but we had on cruise control, we had to run it out and shit. So cruise control would give you like 75. Yeah. Yeah, BX Mel. If I was to sit here and tell truck stories, like they sell printed stories, man, you'll laugh your ass off, man. I done had some great laughs on the road, bro. I done seen some shit out here, man. So I done had some, man. You see some funny shit out here, bro. You see a lot of shit on these roads, man. So if I was to just talk truck stock all day, man, motherfuckers be laughing there. That's even no exaggeration, man. No exaggeration. No putting juice on the story. Just funny shit out here. You experience a lot. I've been here 32 years. After 32 years, I done seen a lot out here, man. I done seen a lot out here. I done seen a lot of shit. I seen a lot. You see some shit out here, man. You gotta eat. You know, I remember one time, right? One time, I was driving for Quality Carrier, and at that time, we couldn't get. Before, you had to buy the state you wanted. Now, when you register your truck, they give you all 50 states. But back then, you had to buy the states, or you had to get the permits when you got in the state. And nah, you even had to do that. Once you cross state line, you can pull over and buy a 32-hour permit. Yeah, you can buy the permit once you're in the state. So now it's the port of entry. You can get it from the weigh stations. You get a weigh station. The point of entry. You go to every weigh station, buy a 32-hour permit. So I guess all the way out to Utah. Now I'm going to California, because at that time I couldn't take my Freightliner. So Quality Carrier gave me a brand new Peterbilt, brand new Pete. This shit was slammed on the ground, everything. Just came back from the fire. So I runs all the way out. I get to Salt Lake City, Utah. Now, and the first time I see some shit like that, where it was 110 degrees. But behind me in the mountains, it was snowing. you see shit like that when you get the hell about the hood. Get up out the hood, you can actually see this shit. This ain't no bonanza. You watching television and shit. Now, this is real shit you watching. So, I didn't want to eat on the road. So, the truck stop was selling Bubba burgers. When I went in that motherfucker, and I had a burner. I still got that burner in the house, man. I went and got the burner. I was outside on the back of the Peterbilt. I had the tanker. I had a load of acid. So, I pulled away from the tanker. Man, I got me like 2 blocks, put the heater, put the burner on the block. Man, I sit out there, man, I was cooking. I made hamburgers and french fries, man. Truckers came over there. Man, I let them all use the damn burner, man. We was out there eating hamburgers with a fucking back of a catwalk of a tractor. Just sitting there eating burgers and fries, man. Cause I ain't want to eat the shit, the truck stop and shit. But they have Bubba burgers, but you couldn't buy one. You know, 6 came in a box and shit. So they selling Bubba burgers at a truck stop. You can see some shit out there. You gotta survive, man. You get out there and see some shit. That's like the time I got out when I got to Sacramento, California, because I had to take a load of acid to Sacramento, right? To the prison. So I gets out there, I pulls on the side. Now, being from up north, I jumps out, I got on blue jeans, I got on some brand new Timberlands, I throw the Timbs on, the jeans on, white t-shirt, Yankee cap to the back. I get out the truck, a bunch of Mexicans were standing they were sitting on the wall, right where the company was. The company was down the street, so I had to deliver to them. I had to pump this shit in the ground. Like 7 of them sitting on the wall. So I walked up, and I'm like, yo, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up? They looked at me. Mexicans said, yo, Holmes, yo, where you from, Holmes? Yo, what you represent, Holmes? Yo, Holmes, what you represent, Holmes? Where you from? So I said, I'm from New Jersey. He was like, oh, you from New Jersey, Holmes? You look like you from New York, Holmes. So I was like, saying shit. He was like, yeah. So I go in the store, I come back out, they all jumped off the goddamn wall. So I'm standing there in front of like 7 Mexicans from LA. I got on a blue hat, blue jeans, Timberlands, and a t-shirt. I'm chilling. Hell, man, one thing led to another. He was like, yo, Holmes, we'll let you keep that blue hat on, Holmes. Because since you ain't from around here, Holmes, you don't know the politics. I'm like, nah, man, where I'm from, man, us Mexicans and Puerto Ricans and Dominicans, we live with each other. We get along with each other. We live around each other. We grow up with each other. We date, you know what I'm saying? We date each other women. We got kids by each other women. He was like, oh, yeah? Not up here, Holmes. We don't do that. We don't do that here, Holmes. We stay at our own. But you cool, Holmes. You cool. Then we all dapped it up for you know, man. I'm just sitting there, man, drinking. They telling me their politics. They telling me their history. I'm telling them how we get down in Jersey and New York up north. And they couldn't believe that the Latin Hispanic community and black community get along the way we do. They wouldn't believe that shit. But they was cool with it though, man. They was cool with it and shit. So he was like, all right, Holmes, you be safe out there, Holmes. Got in the truck, made my delivery, got the fuck up out of there, bro. Got about it, man. I earned some respect out there with the cats, man. Because I didn't go out there repping nothing and shit, you know, jump acting all stupid and shit. And I knew where I was at. I knew exactly where I was at, man. And I damn sure, you know, I knew where I was at, shit, man. But they was cool, though. They was cool. Hold on a second. Yeah, but it was cool though. It was cool though, man. It was cool. It was cool, but this shit was funny because the language is totally different. And they knew I wasn't from around there, man, because I didn't sound like I was from LA. You know, I didn't sound like that. And plus, at 100 degrees weather, yeah, so at 100 degrees weather, they looking at me with Timberlands on. They like, yo, they looking at me with construction boots on, some blue jeans and a t-shirt with a baseball cap to the back. They knew good and well I wasn't from out there, man. They knew that shit. Yeah, they knew I wasn't from out there. Yep. Yeah, they knew that, man. But I respected them out there, though. So shout out to the Mexicans in LA, man. Shout out to them, man. They could have made it. It could have went left. Yeah, shout out to the Mexican brothers in LA. They made it. They made it where I was safe, where there wasn't no issues and shit. So shout out to them, man. Shout out to those brothers out there. Yeah. So once I like I said, got in the truck, went down the street. I had to. I went out there with I had and it's 50% acid on the tanker. Put that shit in the ground. That shit went out the water. The sink went all the way out there. Came back. I got in the trunk. They were still out there. I put them on. They always gave me the peace sign and shit. And I came on back, man. But they was cool and shit, man. They was cool. They weren't like the Indian girls who got us about the damn store. They weren't like them and shit. But they was cool though, man. So shout out to the Mexicans out there in LA. They weren't on no bullshit. They weren't not on no. They could have been on some bullshit. That shit could have went left. It was alright though. It was alright. Shout out to them. You get to experience a lot. You get to really see life. Man. You get to see life and shit. But it amazes them to know that being up north and the Latin community and the black community gets along. They wouldn't understand. I think it was hard for them to like really fathom that shit. Like y'all really get along like that? Yeah, man. Yeah. We live in the same neighborhood, the same building. We go to the same schools, all that shit. Fight with each other, jump other cats with each other. Yeah, man. We party together, same music, same club. Bodegas, we go to the bodegas together. Shit, you go to the bodega right there on Park Avenue and get some steak. And you know the little clear bowl, man, you get cube steak, potatoes, corn, some yellow rice full of juice in a bowl with a Portuguese roll right there on Park Avenue in North. Man, shit, bro. That's you can have that up at the bodega. Yeah, man. We got along, man. Shit's cool out there. It's cool out there. That's cool. I guess sometimes it really depends on how you carry yourself. You know, how you carry yourself and shit. Yeah. See, they don't stand by that. They still by them laws. Real recognize real. These kids don't stand by that shit. So they can be real to each other and still take each other out. Back then, when you broke down, you get on the CB drivers to help. They don't do that shit no more. And you get ran over by a truck driver. And my people, Chanel, truck driver that she know, he got killed. He got unalive a couple months ago. His truck broke down on right there, you know, Route 9 in Sanville. His truck broke down, so he got out the driver's side of the truck and tried to walk around real quick. He was in the right lane. Fucking lady took him out with a super. Took him out. Big guy. They like she's hard to us. So he went to Bushing. He's a big dude, man. He's like 6'3", 6'4", about 300 pounds, man. Hit him with a super. Took him out. Took him out. These people now, they don't stop. They don't get. They care less about the truck driver. They care less. Cars. And he got hit by a car. 2 pounds of shit. You know, other than her slowing down to let him get around, he out in the vest and everything. Just took him out. She could have just slowed down and jumped in the lane, but because you got all these cell phones and technology, these hand devices, people just ain't paying attention no more. Ain't paying attention, so you don't lose his life. Rest in peace to him. of love for you brothers out there. Even though some might not feel the same, it is what it is. The only thing, you know, that keeps everybody unified right now is music. Unified. Music came a long way. I remember back in the day, we used to listen to Public Enemy. They had restrictions on the records. You know, parental advisories on the record and all that shit. Now, you don't see none of them labels on these records no more. Well, you don't see records no more anyway. Yeah. Back then, you know, you couldn't talk about females on the radio. You know, they cut this shit, they clipped it. You know, you couldn't curse on songs, they clipped it. You know, Public Enemy, NWA, a lot of cats, when they was out here really talking and shit, you know, they got censored for it. Now, you can get out here and say what you want to say, man. Now you got women out here dragging women. You got women out here rapping about sucking dick on the radio. And they playing that shit. It used to be the morning show. In the morning show, you know, you got kids in the car, you gotta watch what you say. Now they don't give a damn about that no more. I mean, this shit done changed. Man, shit done changed. Tell you one thing, man. You can meet you can get a certain race that will never get along, right? You put their ass in the truck. That should change. That should change. I was coming out of Chicago, right? I'm coming out of Chicago. It was cold as fuck. And I was coming down the hill, I cut off this truck. You know I got the big CB in the truck, talking big shit. White guy gets on CB and say, dumbass nigga, fuck you cut me off for? I'm like, fuck you, cracker. Now, me and him flying down the road, he's saying racist shit, I'm saying racist shit. So, as I was coming down, I was at mile marker 120. I got the mile marker 118. My engine blow. Boom! Smoke everywhere. Oil everywhere. Fucking radiator, check engine light. The truck cut off. The fucking truck cut off. I'm arguing with this white man, and the truck cuts off. So I had to grab the steering wheel and pull the truck on the shoulder. So as soon as I pulled over, he pulls over. I jumps out the truck, I got this big ass pipe. So what I did was, he pulled over, so I didn't know what time he was on, because now mind you, we both was calling each other race names. He calling me a nigga, I'm calling him cracker. We going back and forth. So he pulls behind me. It's a true story. He pulls behind me. I goes in the front of the, I went around the front of my truck. I got the flashes on. I creeped up on the side of him. This motherfucking white guy had to be like 6'6", about 260, 270. He on the Oshkosh jumpsuit with a straw hat. Man, can you imagine what the fuck you looking at? So I'm looking at this big dude, and he looking at me. He see me with the bat, the pipe. He was like, whoa, slow down, bro. Yo, you don't need that. Slow down, calm down. Man, I'm getting closer and closer, right? He backing up. He was like, listen, I know we said a lot of shit to each other. I know we said a lot of shit. You ain't mean, I ain't mean. But just put down the pipe, let's have a conversation like men. So I was like, cool. But then I got my hands up. He was like, calm down. He went back to his truck, came back, and he was like, listen, I see that you got oil. I see that you blew the turbo and blew the motor because you got oil all on my windshield. That's the reason why I pulled over. I'm gonna make sure you're okay. Damn the shit he was saying on the CV. Don't worry about all that. Just wanna make sure you're straight. At the end of the day, we men and we truck drivers. You know? He said, listen, I apologize for saying anything wrong to you out of faith. I started this shit. So I apologize. So, then I apologize. He sat on the damn guardrail. He got in his truck, came back with a cooler. Opened up the cooler. He said, listen, I got 2 sodas. I got a bologna sandwich and a ham sandwich. I give you one. I was hungry than motherfucker, bro. I took the bologna sandwich and the soda, and he gets on the phone. He calls the cat dealer in Milesburg, Pennsylvania, and called a record. Called his buddy. They came, got my truck, took my shit to cat. That's when I got my engine done by the school. Bullshit you not, bro. That right there, at that moment, changed my opinion on how I talk to people. That shit humbled the fuck out of me, bro. Put it like that. That shit humbled the fuck out of me, man. That shit humbled me, bro. That shit humbled the hell out of me. I'm telling you, that shit humbled the shit. Made me humble as shit. Hey, thanks, appreciate the super chat, appreciate that. That shit humbled me, man. You know, we went from calling each other racial names to wanting to kill each other. We eating a bologna sandwich with a white guy, eating a ham sandwich with 2 Dr. Peppers. I bullshit you not, man. I bullshit you not. That shit humbled me, bro. That shit humbled the fuck out of me, man. That shit really humbled me, man. And I'm telling you, it just helped me understand that I was more racist. I could have been more racist than that motherfucker. You know? Even though he called me a nigga, you know, it humbled me because now we sat on the guardrail and he could have just took off. He didn't have to stop. Or he could have jumped out with a bat like, I had a pipe. He could have jumped out with a bat, a knife, a gun. I could have got shot on the fucking highway. But we sat on the guardrail. The wrecker came and got my truck. The wrecker towed my truck to the school right there in Milesburg. And he followed me down. Then I called my shorty. She paid for the hotel right next to the cat dealer. So paid for the hotel and shit. And we shook hands, man. And from that moment, man, just humbled the fuck out of me, bro. That's why I moved the way I moved, man, because you never know when some shit is about to happen. And you in the middle of nowhere. You in the fucking middle of nowhere. Man, you don't know how this shit go. You know? You don't know how this shit go, man. But that shit didn't humble me, man. It humbled the hell out of me. That shit humbled the hell out of me. And we shook hands and shit, man. He waited. He didn't have to wait, bro. Because he was from the area. So his buddy came and towed the truck, took it right to the cat school. They got to the school, and cat gave me a discount, and the school did the motor. The school did the whole motor. Yeah, I blew the motor. I blew the head on. I blew the head, everything on that bitch. They had to replace the head. They put a new head, pistons, all that shit, sleeves, replaced the turbo. Fuck that motor up, man. Fuck that motor up. But that shit humbled me, man. So I learned to have a lot more respect, you know, for other races out here than, you know, that shit will humble you, man. That shit will humble you. So humble the fuck out you. You see some shit out here, man. You see some shit. You definitely gonna experience some life out here. It's a lot out here, man. It's different, bro. Especially when you're out here by yourself and you're on the road. Cause I see, I see me go ham and shit. You out here on the road by yourself, you break down and shit. You know, that's like when I told you I blew the steering tire on 78. Yeah, I blew the stair tire on my truck. Get on the CB. I'm on the CB bullshit like audio 11, audio 11. Somebody help me out with the spare tire to blew my spare tire. Audio 11, audio 1111. Dude pulled over. He was like, where you at, driver? I said, I'm on 7. Matter of fact, what's that? Route 100 when you get off, you know, right there by Donny Park on 78? Yeah. So I pulled on the side of the wall, I blew the stair tire. And I ain't gonna lie, man. Shit. I ain't gonna lie. Everybody and all the mechanics I learned how to fix trucks was Hispanic. That's no bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I got into this game, and my boy Jose, he was the first one that that helped me fix the truck. So, you know, my uncle Neil, yeah, it was my uncle, I call Neil and shit. From Neil to Jose, to Luigi, to the Mario. So, I learned all of my mechanical skills, mostly from Hispanics, and everybody who ever pulled over, if I got into a situation on the highway with my truck, was white guys. That's a fucking fact. That's a fact, bro. I ain't gonna bullshit, bro. That's a fact. That's a fact. I ain't just saying that shit to be saying it. Everybody, so when the guy pulled over, he pulled over the day cab Pete, yo, the shit's candy apple red, the chassis was stretched out, he had cone everywhere. He had one, you know those bucket you know those bucket trucks they pick up rock, you know, 40 foot, they pick up rock and shit. But he had the whole trailer was chrome. He pulled over and shit. He said, yo, what you need, bro? And I said, the stair tire blew. He said, what's in your truck now? I said, I got 11R. No, I said, I got 22.5s. He was like, all right. He went in the belly of his truck. He gave me a whole tire with the rim. And he's like, yo, this right here is 1125. It's too tall, but it'll fit. I said, you sure? He said, it'll fit. It'll go south, and your truck will leave it south, it'll fit. I said, what I owe you? Looked at me and said, pay it forward. So I'm like, what? He said, pay it forward. Pay it to the next man. I said, shit. All right, I'll do that. He gave me a tire, ain't charged me a dime. Ain't take a dime from it. And what I do, I paid it forward. Then that's where the whole concept come from when we was on YouTube, the beginning era of COVID, pay it forward. That's where that whole concept really came from, that. Pay it forward. And that's what I started doing. I paid it forward. He didn't charge me for that shit. He said, pay it forward. You know, and that's all you have to do, really, is pay it forward. Gave him time some shit. You're gonna experience some shit out here, man. One thing about trucking, life period. Life period. You can't be, you know, sometimes you have to humble, you gotta humble yourself to really see good in people, see good in life. You gotta humble yourself sometimes. You can't be out here all hard up, want to be gangster, want to be a killer, want to be selfish, want to be mean. You know, you want to be mad all the fucking time. Nah, you have to humble yourself, bro. Shit. You know? Like I said, when I blew the motor, that shit could have went left. If that man would have got out and seen, if he would have got out, he see me with the pipe. But if he would have got out with a gun and see me with that pipe, would have smoked me on the highway, bro. Oh, he just like, calm down, calm down. Let's talk. Alright. End of the day, out the hell, man. So, it's life. And you know, coming where we come from, shit, coming out the streets of North, you know what I'm saying? You ain't trying to take no L, you ain't taking no losses, man. You ready to go. But at that moment, it taught me you can use it as a shield, but you can't really bring that shit that way, everybody, because everybody might not be on the time you want. You know? Now, if I would have kept running my mouth and whacking that shit and trying to hit him, man, if he probably could have got in his truck and took him out of his stuff on the fucking highway. Anything. Because at that time, I had to take it. You know? And when I call quality carrier, hell, they didn't want to be bothered, bro. Swear to God. Hell, they didn't want to fucking be bothered, man. You know what I did? I called the bank up, told the bank what was on the situation. The bank said, okay, this is what we'll do. We'll pay the bill on the motor, but we'll tack it onto your truck payment. That's why my trunk payment went from 900 to 11 to 1300. They tacked it on. So the bank paid for the motor to get done and shit. You know. So talk to the bank, they paid for it. They paid for the tone and everything, man. They paid for the record, everything. Everything and shit. So that shit was, man. So after that was done, so Quality Carrier was telling me, well, how we gonna get our ticket? Well, you gonna get the goddamn thing. So my truck was fixed within a week. I went back up there, told Quality Carrier was back home. They was like, all right, go to the towing yard, the container, the tank at the towing yard. Go get it. Go get a washout. And go get a washout Petroleum, Pennsylvania. So I'm like, that's going back up. He said, go back up, get loaded, come back down, deliver it. I'm like, all right, come back to making money, man. We about to get off the exit. I'm up here now. You should meet him. I'm trying to hear. I want to get in and get out by at least 8:45. So we get off the exit 43. I appreciate all y'all being in the chat, listening to me ramble, listening to my stories. I got a whole lot more stories, but I appreciate y'all hanging out. You know, one love to y'all. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm gonna go back and look, but I definitely appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that. But we gonna see. And I appreciate the gifts also, Joe. Appreciate the gifts and all of that. Yeah, we gonna definitely do that. But let me get that out here. We about to get off the exit 43. Get off this exit. We're gonna drop off. So I gotta move quick. I'm trying to get the hell back on the road, though. Definitely gotta move real quick. Let me see what you know. I ain't getting around here. Shamrock. Get your average bumps and all that shit. I wasn't too bad. But I'm sure that even on that shit. Maybe they together. They both drivers saying they didn't speak. That's why Eric get in drop. They usually pull up by the mailbox, but they tripping sometimes. We get snow around the end of October, going in November. We get snow. But that's gonna start, especially up in upstate New York. This is yeah. You'll see. It's snowing up here, but by that time I should be officially in my home shit. Alright, we made it, man. Let me see if I can hurry up this shit. See how fast I can move. It's gonna drop and hook out of here, shit. So where we at? Drop alongside these containers. Anywhere, any spots. Got a spot by the dumpster. We gonna dump it right here by the dumpster. Inside this green box right here. Pretty quick. I have to go back and get my gloves and all that good shit. This container don't even look like that. Where the fuck this container come from? The way I'm feeling right now, I might come back up, man. Leave the post. If I can make the post office, I'm gonna come back up. If I can make it. But I'm trying to make the post office and shit. Yeah, if so, I'll come back up. So I ain't gotta do this shit anymore. Nah, I'm about to drop. I'm in the yard right now, I'm about to drop it. I'm job and get the paperwork, grab the container, and be out. I'm out of here. Alright, let me bring y'all with me. I got on hook real quick to show y'all what I'm driving. What you driving, man? Yeah, the new ones. Yeah, that new shit, huh? I like the new Hummers, man. Alright, this will be rolling in. I know. This container beat the shit. I don't know where this came from. Don't think I blow the horn? Oh, I ain't got to blow the horn. Blow the horn for what? Oh, you want to hear the horn? Oh. If you want to hear the horn, just say blow the horn. I'll blow it for you. Oh, shit. Pause, but whatever you want to hear. Oh, yeah. Blow the horn and shit. Yeah. Alright. Let's get up out of here. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta grab one of these boxes. Alright, let's do the paperwork real quick. You get up out of here. It's still foggy as shit going in. Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. Yeah, so now y'all see what it is. Let's get up in the truck. Appreciate y'all being in the building. No doubt. Alright. Go ahead. Get on this damn road. Go ahead and drop hook. Got my pen? Chassis number, chassis number. Out here and get this paperwork. Grab one of these boxes. I don't know what box we grabbing, but we'll grab one of them. Grab one of them, so. It's a mailbox. Drop. Okay, next. Switcher. Just so he can go down there and show he working. That's all he did, bro. He'll spin this shit around. See what we can get into, man. What is this? What is this? What is this? This is EGSU 923. What's with the man? I done seen him pop out and grab the 20 footer. They barely had 20s up there. Every now and then they got a 20 up there. Every now and then they got a 20. See, all you had to do was somebody put the shit in the door. Then it had a 20. I didn't have a 20 foot. They don't have no 20. Now they got narrow one of those in Philly called ICL boxes. They come out of Ohio and they drop them in. They put them down on Philly shit. I don't get that. EGSU 923 925 923 575. I think it's here. I think it's in that chassis. Chassis 2122. Let me see. 923 575. 2. Alright, here we go, right here. Alright, this box will be gone, man. He got the trouble and shit. He gonna close that door or not. Right here. Get in, we gonna get out with it. This shit got some weight on it. Damn it, boy. Hell, they got on this shit. Got some weight. They got some weight. Y'all with me again, see what I'm doing out here. Man, if I be watching him, man, I be showing the dudes and shit. I'm about somebody else. I'll show you how to hook up. Let me get this one. That's your plug. Right on. Yep. We in there? We in there. Service line. We on. Let's get up out here. Speak up. Appreciate the likes. Alright, there we go. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Definitely appreciate it. Got 50 likes. Yeah, likes getting a whole lot better. That's spooky, bro. You don't see the trucks where they're supposed to be. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Got some decent tires. Exactly. Whew. Shit. Let's get up out of here. Let's go. She got some weight on it. They got some weight on it, but be out of here. Yeah, we're gonna keep the live going until I get back in the reason why I'm stopping. If you're in the building, hit that like button. When you leave, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. I definitely appreciate it. We definitely trying to get down this road. So when we get back, back. Cruising and shit. They cruising, man. Stories. I appreciate all that. And now we trying to get it back. Add it back to the yard. So we're gonna keep the live going, you know. Keep it going. Definitely appreciate the light. Trying to get 50 likes in the building. Trying to get 50 likes. Post office. I need to make it, man. I need to make it, man. and everything is over there. You'll definitely be alright though. Just in a minute. You know, I still cough. Yeah. for his trouble. But I just want to get two. I get it for like $89, $90 a piece on Amazon. Right? Have them shipped right to the house. Or I can get them for like $100 a piece on eBay. Anywhere from 80 to 100 a piece on eBay for two stand tires. Good tires. But the tires, see the thing on the dually, the tires are 16 inches, so they're not going to be that much. They're 16 inches. Now, the 2000, I think the 2015 is going up to 25. Them dualies, them tires different. Them dualies shit on 19 inch rims. With the flat tires like the tractor, mine still got the roundness to it. Those got the flat ones on the front. Those the ones I need to get up highway tires. So if they're highway tires on the tires, they should be what, HW on the tires? Shit like that. just trimmed them down with the scissors. And then I just grab the clip to hit with 2 or 3. Depends on, you know, how you want to end. If you want it real close, you know, you can just go straight to the end and boil it, but sometimes it is different. If you got like a bug or you got like a little mold and shit, when you do 2 and 3, then it go over that. all day. I don't need no different. I'm in the state. If that's the case, if I can end up staying in PA, operate this in the city, Pennsylvania, hey, I don't need the shit. I run around PA all damn day, get shit. All the connection around me, home. Ain't no rush. Trying to let you deal with it. quick. Drop this 203, grab the other one and mark it. And the other one is what, 209? Yeah, 309, 309. Close, but we ain't gonna hit it. It's gonna jack these jack. Keep spinning. Keep spinning. Keep spinning. There you go. We around that little angle corner. Move forward. Stick right in there. Slide back one more time. Right, pull up the shit. Cut it. Sneak it back. Drop this and grab the 309 and park it. Get out of here, shit. I'm trying to make this post office. That's too close, man. We gotta put up one more slot. It's just killing me on time doing this shit. There we go. There you go. Now I see the yellow. All right. Go. Go ahead and drop this. Probably did. Probably did. Trucks and things with it. I know. Shit. Just gotta go to black, y'all. Drop something. Yep. Release that shit. What's down here? There's a glovey glove. Look, Yes, here you go. Got the other glove. 2 black gloves. So hook up the 309 and shit. I know. Yeah, it wouldn't fit. It looked like a free roll-up. We gotta go to 309. What is box at? Alright, we're looking for 97515. 97515. 9675158. There we go. Chassis number. Narrow chassis number. 3125. 3125. Play that number. 3125. 3125. Play that number. You might win a lottery with this shit. We gonna hook up, park over here for the morning. That's what we gonna do. That's what what's in there. He be going to Philly. They got those Philly ICL boxes. They going down to Philly port, but they don't send me down there. Might not be around too long for that anyway. So we ain't gonna even put the wish on that shit. I don't know. Nope, we ain't doing that. We gonna pull up to this box. Come on, shit. Come back on, though. Flaps are already open. Give you details. There you go. Yep. Make sure the lights on. Yeah. Get ready for tomorrow morning, so I gotta be on. I can just cook up the go with shit. I get here about 3 in the morning. I leave here exactly 3 in the morning. Get up there about 5:30. Come back before 8:30. I can't sleep. I'll get here earlier than that. Earlier the better. Yeah, cold face, cold case file, right? There you go. Yeah. That's the box. We out here. These ain't working. We ain't parking, so we good. She said, "Hurry yet? I'm leaving at 11. I'll be out here. I'll be studying my game right now." On the ground. JJ Trump. Two of them going to Philly tomorrow. On Monday, going to Philly. Everybody, we done with this live. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. I'll get that channel tomorrow. But I'll be on another channel though. I'll be on the DIY Trucker channel. So take care of yourself. Stay safe out there. Peace. I get the time.